All right, in real life. So, I did some stuff the other day. Sorry, I haven't been streaming for a while. I've still been sick. Um, it actually got a little worse. So, and today at least I can talk, which is good. And we're going to continue coding. Now, I've done a few things. So, one of them is you can now strike the cue ball. And however hard you hit it is based on how far back you go. So, this is something that I've been working on. Hold on, let me refresh. The other thing, howdy Cupa. The other thing is the shadows now move. So if I refresh this, you'll kind of see what I mean. I'm dropping the balls from above. So now you can kind of see that they're dropping from above because the balls get larger when they're closer to the camera and they shrink when they're farther away from the camera. I've kind of exaggerated how much of a difference that is, but I think it ends up giving a pretty cool effect. You can see it more here, right? So that's kind of what it looks like. If you look closely, you'll see that the shadow actually pulls away from the ball when it gets higher up. When is this coming out? Soon enough. We need this badly. Yeah, so you can see that you've got balls that can bounce now. Cool, right? The other thing is I can shoot this ball really, really hard, and then it just goes. And it was really hard to tell before I added this like bouncing movement to it where you could see it bouncing. But what was happening is if you watch closely, look at this wall here, right? So I'm gonna hit the ball, boom. It just leaps over the wall. Howdy fist. It has been a while. I'm still recovering. So if it gets too bad, I'll have to stop stream. But for now, I will do my best to stream. Alrighty. So obviously it looks weird if there's like multiple of the balls and they just kind of. My voice sounds broken a little bit. You don't say. You don't say. Today my voice is a lot better than it was the day before. The day before and the day before that it was really bad. I didn't feel too sick though. Like it mostly just the voice, nasal congestion, um, you know, typical common cold stuff. All right. The other thing I did is I revisited the physics or these things, right? So what I want to do is I want to change them. And I'll show you how I'm going to do that. That's weird. I should see two, not one. Why do I only see one that I can change here? That doesn't make a darn bit of sense. It's Wolf's fault he put too many push-up redeems. No, it's not Wolf's fault. But I am sick. Alrighty. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna select this one and select this one. I also optimized these so that I don't have to change all of them. It actually shares the same data property because there's only two separate bumpers, just these two. Like you've got the ones that are top and bottom and the ones that are left and right. And so what I ended up doing is I did a duplication by instance instead of by just duplicating the whole thing. And so this just means that it's now instanced and it reduces the amount of data required to pass this to the client. Something that I very much like. So here's what we're going to do. Here's how we're going to fix the balls. We're just going to take this, not move it that way. I'm just going to move it way high. No more problem. Now, something else we could do as well is we could give them a slight slant inwards. I don't know if that's necessary though. You know what? Let me try. Let me see what happens if I do that. Optimization in the early stage. Look, we just write our code. This is like a different type of optimization. Like, this is not going to complicate your code. So this kind of optimization, totally fine. And I would recommend it. Hi, Philly. This optimization actually makes it simpler to work with because there's less points, there's less vertices, there's less going on, right? So I think this kind of optimization, great. We're also going to change the bottom table here. We're going to simplify it by removing it and replacing it with a flat plane, which has circle indicators so that I know which hole it's gone in. Now, somebody earlier asked me if I should make it so that if you hit a ball too hard and it slams into the side, like over here, like what happens to it, right? Because it could be that the ball hits the side and then like it bounces off the side and back into play if you like slam it super hard. I don't think we should do that because I think that's just annoying if it happens. You're like, I got the ball in, you know, and then it's like it slams out and you're like, ah, what the heck? What the heck, game? It makes the most satisfying clank when you hit the back of the center of the pocket. Hmm. I see, I see. So it might be useful for sound. I see. So something else I did is I looked again at pool tables. I looked at like what's the most common pool table. And it seems like the 7 foot and the 9 foot are the most common. But you have to, for tournament play, it's like 8 or 9 feet. So we're just gonna go with 7 feet and just call it a day and just that's the one because that's what we've got. I looked at this and I was just comparing the size of it and the shape. The only real thing that I changed is there's no more rounded corners. They're all just angles. Howdy, Grayson. Um, if you'd like, Grayson, I can show you how I would do that pull request, by the way. 1 minute? Alright. Let me know when you're ready and I'll show you. Anyways, what I wanted to try doing is I wanted to try grabbing this and just slightly pulling it in. See, like that I can pull it way in. What happens if I just angle it a little bit? Oh, you know what? I can make sure that it's the same. So that's 0.1. We'll try 0.1. At least this way I can make sure that it's just identical both times. There we go. I messed that up. There we go. I should try iLadies. What the heck is iLadies? Is this safe? iLadies nuts? Okay, Regalia. Alright. You too. Unbelievable. I'm like legitimately searching for iLadies and I find this like iLadies art on Instagram and I'm like, oh, that must be what Regalia means. You know, this beautiful artwork. And it's definitely something. I'll tell you that much. It's not really what I would think. I'm not gonna share that on stream. That's like NSFW almost. It's not, but I mean, it almost is. This one's kind of fun. That's kind of cool, I guess. What? It's like an AI or something almost. This has got to be AI. Okay, well, anyways. That's the third time. Unbelievable. You're gonna keep doing it too, as long as I keep falling for it. Alrighty. So we're gonna go up to clients. So we're gonna play it, we're gonna see how it behaves, and if it works the way that I expect a full table to work, then we'll actually use it. Because it's true that when you hit a pocket, it bounces up. But I don't think it bounces as much as it did. See, now it doesn't bounce at all. I appreciate it, Regalia. Eventually, I will become cultured. Amanda Crypto, this is like a very contentious topic, so I tend not to like talk about it or anything. Right, Blueberry? So let's move it, instead of 0.1, let's try like 0.01. And let's go ahead and export this. We can help with code, Blueberry. That's what we do here. But I'm not going to do solidity or something if that's what you're asking. Okay, so it seems like if I slant the angles inwards just at all, that it doesn't bounce up. All right, let's see. So if I export this one again, so it's still compressed. Does each game increase the landing page module size? Nope. It turns out that you can use loadable or this React lazy, whatever. Okay. So that's what happens if you hit the ball super duper hard and slam it into the wall. If you hit it less hard, they can still bounce quite a lot. I feel like it bounces too much. So I could change it. Maybe. Maybe I'm just like doing it still too much. Maybe I can reduce it. All right. It's just barely, like, imperceptibly slanted now. Let's see if that helps the physics. It seemed like it bounced more. Oh, whoops. Okay. I think that's good. I think we have to go a little bit more than what we just did. Okay, I can't even tell that it's different. But it should be. All right, so that's 0.001. That might be better. You still get like a little bit of bounce off the edge, but you don't get anywhere near as much. Maybe that's still too much. Let's reduce it a little bit. I forget. Was it 0.01? 0.001? Let me just try 0.001 again. I forget what I tried before. Yeah, I'm looking forward to playing this too, Hashi. No, pretty soon, actually. Like earlier, I said 2 months for something playable, or like to finish it. But I think we'll have something playable way sooner than that. Okay, so 0.001, that's too much. Howdy, Doku. So this is 305. Three zero five is too much. What? Well, that kind of works. Seems like it still bounces. Hi, Nash. How's it going? I'll try that again. I think it's less. It may not be enough. I might have to do 001. Let's reduce it a little bit. Howdy, Ben. Did I watch AOT? I'm not sure what AOT is. Wait, how much did I usually the one by? 001. Clickbait title? What do you mean clickbait title? It's not clickbait anymore. Pool. This is pool. What do you it says pool stream. There's an 8-ball pool emoji. This is not clickbait at all. I should go in the tubs and hot tubs category. That's what I should do. All right, so 001 is not enough. About 005. You're done? Okay, Grayson, we'll take a look. Good, you removed that. No. Okay, Grayson, take a look at what this code actually does. So you did the backticks, but now you've included this object in the class name. You don't need this. Like, what is this doing? You know? And the other thing is text XS, is that going to be exactly 0.8 rem? Text white, italic, uppercase, bold. I don't know what flex auto does. I would have just done grow instead because I'm not sure what auto is doing. That might be something different. But when this builds, I'll show you what it's doing and how I go about like finding out like what it's doing. But it's looking better. All right, we'll go ahead and rotate it a little bit. This, no, I don't want it to hit. And the problem is like, it knows like when I hit it, like whenever I hold down like the left click. So it's just about like, okay, let's try this. That was 205. I think that's decent. that usually doesn't bounce. Hmm. But you can still hit it. You can still make it bounce a bit. No, I think I might need more. Let's do not 10, like 102. Have I checked out those people in DMs? Oh yeah, they're already muted. What do you mean by that would grace them? Like if you use flex grow instead of flex auto? Hi Abu, how's it going? Hmm. How did I combine Blender and React together? What? Oh, how am I using Blender inside of React like this? You can export as GLB models, and this is React 3 JS, or this is React 3 Fiber. And so I just import it, and I'm able to use my models. That is better. I might add a comment explaining that this is exactly 0.002. So most of the time it doesn't bounce, but you can kind of make it bounce a bit. All right, so let me change this again. Okay. Well, you're supposed to be able to actually see that you can make it bounce at least a little. I think it's probably fine. Yeah, I made it bounce a little bit there. Problem is you gotta like slam the ball super hard. All right, we'll go ahead and we'll use that. Let me go ahead and write that down. I thought that didn't say Q pieces. I thought that said something else. And that makes a lot more sense though. All right. I think it was 102, right? Yeah. There we go. Explaining what I'm doing with the Blender models, at least somewhere in the code. Okay. So now let's not drop the balls anymore. Because although it's cool, I don't think it's what we want. Move the top of the bumpers tilting. Oh yeah, maybe I should say tilting instead. Alright, let's remove the thing where you can change the orbit. Let's get a commit in. Oh yeah, this part was hard, by the way. If you were on the last stream, you remember I had some really overcomplicated drawings. Juicebox, howdy. Glad to have you here. Posture check? Okay, okay. And we're getting farther with our pool game. So now, this whole thing works, and you can like pull it back and actually fire. So this is what I was trying to do before, and it was way overcomplicated. Basically, here's the pool ball, right? And we know theta, which is the angle to the pool cue stick. But what I failed to realize is all we needed is the distance away from this line. This line right here. So all this other mathy stuff, just delete. We don't need that. That's just overcomplicated. That weird stuff there, that's all gone. All we care about is how far away we are from this line. So all you need is 2 points on this line for this equation. And it's just something like this. Yeah. Wait, where's the thing? Oh, here it is. Yeah, the point line distance formula. So all I did is a little bit of math, some trig, math sine, math cosine, to get a second point on the line. And then once I knew both points, I was able to use this equation. And that's it. And that's actually a line defined by 2 points. Wow, look at that. Copilot even added the freaking thing so it takes you right there. That's amazing. I guess I could also do this one. If the line passes through point P with angle theta, then the distance of some point to the line is this. But that just seemed more complicated to me. I don't know. It does look simpler, but I guess both of them would be fine. Alrighty. So now we have a pull game. And now we need the cue stick to go away when the balls are in motion. And then we have to add some other stuff. Fiddlesticks. Let's undo this. I don't like having a bunch of merges or like the rebase and merge stuff, so I just undo and then redo. All right, let's see. So what does this do? Yeah, that's kind of what it does. You'd like to start programming? All right, sounds good. When you have zero experience in programming, there's no real prerequisite before you start. You're just going to get better as you go. What I would do is I would use ChatGPT to help explain things that you don't understand and try to improve your mental model of how code works. So what I mean by that is you should be able to read the code that you're writing or that's there or somebody else has, and you should be able to understand how it works. Understanding how other people's code works though is very difficult depending on how good or bad their code is. So don't feel too bad if you can't really understand it. But you should be able to understand the code that you write, and you should understand like what it's doing. Right? Like you should be able to run in your head the code and so try to aim for that and just build something, make a cool project. Lana, thank you for the huge raid. Yeah, thank you so much. Hopefully next year at TwitchCon or something, right? So if you don't know, Lana's super awesome. She uses Unity to make Strain, and she works on some other stuff too, I believe. I've been doing good. Yeah, I'm still recovering. Still a little bit sick, but I don't feel sick. It's just like my voice and whatnot is a little off still. All right. So here's our progress so far in pool. And you can like bounce the ball. You can, obviously hit the other balls. You can hit balls softly or super hard, depending on how far back it is. And the next step is to make it so that when balls are in motion, the cue stick goes away. All right, let's see. So we need to get a commit in. And this commit is going to be for like the cue stick actually hitting the stuff. Oh yeah, the other thing is I need to update the model as well. Look at the size of this though, 4 kilobytes. And it's going to shrink so much when I remove the table and just use a plane instead. It's going to be tiny. Actually, what I could do, I can add sensors here. And maybe I can have these be pockets or something. Howdy, Peach. Pool table. Yep. And that's what the title's about. We're doing pool. When you have an idea for a project, you overthink the architecture and design. That's expected. I think that's kind of the default approach. It kind of goes to the whole, as a programmer, it's very easy to overcomplicate something. Like the mark of a really good programmer is being able to take something that's hard and implement a solution in as simple a way as possible. The less complex your solution, typically the better. And that just comes with time. Like you get better at it. All right, so what I want to do now is I want to add little circle things to this. So we've got bumpers, but I want like another collection. I want this to be like sensors. And so now I need a new circle. That seems way too circly. Why React 3? Because I need 3D. So the balls here are actually done in 3D. And there's a lot of efficient things I've done to make this performant. Like it's so performant, in fact, that I can open up this Chrome thing here. I just realized I don't have my tab open. I can't tell if anyone's talking on Kick. Oh well. Anyways. Yeah, this here, this is purely like no hardware acceleration. And it plays pretty well. You wouldn't be able to know that this is no hardware acceleration. Why not Raw 3? Because I like React a lot. It's not annoying for me to use React, and the reason why is because I have this state management that works really, really well and makes my life a lot easier. Hold on, right back. All right, I'm back. So what this does is it makes my life a lot easier because I'm not re-rendering the DOM. The important part with React 3 Fiber is that you don't re-render your components. So it's still very similar to native 3, but by being able to define your stuff in the DOM, I find it makes my life a lot easier. And using this global store means I can only re-render things when I absolutely need to. A lot of the state changes, such as the scale, don't actually force a re-render. So if I go over here, you can see that I have the scale thing somewhere where I set the scale. Yeah, there it is. And doing it this way ensures that the DOM doesn't actually re-render as well. Okay. What was I doing? I think I was getting a commit in. Oh yeah, then I was taking this, which is now only 4 kilobytes, and moving that over to this design thing. All right. Tilt tops of bumpers inwards at 0.02. If you had a project for fun, nice. That's how I got really good at coding. Is I started with a project that was just for fun, and then I just built on it and built on it and just kept adding new features and learning as I went. You wanted to learn all the industry standards. Some industry standards don't make you better. A lot of it's like some of it does, some of it doesn't. Like some of the industry standards are there because you have lots of people touching the same code, which you're not going to have like when you're working by yourself. But you will get better as you code. You're looking at Kubernetes, Helm, Terraform, Grafana, Prometheus. Oh my god. Ansible. Okay, so you're looking more at like the back end and stuff. Well, that's overkill for most projects. Most projects you can get really far with just a single instance. Now, Foony runs on Kubernetes. We have multiple clusters. We've got one in one data center, one in another, and we have some CI/CD and stuff. But that just kind of comes with time. So typically what you do is you'll start with a Docker file. So you'll have your service running in a Docker file, and you'll just get that out there somehow. And then, you'll add Kubernetes at some point, and you'll add other stuff at some point. But if you really want to do it, go for it. If your goal is to learn how to use Terraform and learn how to use Kubernetes and stuff, do it. You might as well. You could have it in Lambda, but with Lambda comes its own problems. Foony actually started off serverless, and we went from serverless to having a physical server that's like co-located and whatnot. And the reason why is because cold starts actually increased our the time that you had to think about it for as a developer, because every once in a while it took like half a second to respond, and that just wasn't acceptable. It just added all this latency. And then because lambdas have to be stateless, that also increased the complexity, and it caused us to design the backend in ways that we wouldn't have done if we were able to manage at least a little bit of state. It caused it to be a lot more complicated. And as a result, introduced a lot of bugs. Do I have other suggestions? I mean, at the end of the day, Roberto, make like programs that solve problems that interest you, and use the technology that you want to learn. Sometimes, though, your choice will be influenced based on like what the needs are of the program, right? So maybe I need really good performance. So if I need a really good performance, that's going to knock out Python, it might knock out JavaScript. I might be stuck with something that's either like C# or C or C++ or maybe Java, something that can be very fast. Rust, that could be an option if my bundle size can be huge. Rust, the big problem that I have with it is the file size is really big. C# is also pretty big, but I think Rust is even larger. And then TypeScript bundled with Bun is going to be even bigger than that. It's like just massive. But then C and C++ will have extremely small bundle sizes. Like I've had programs that are like 20 kilobytes or less, because C and C++ are just that small and fast. But it can also be tricky because like if you're C or C++ code, you gotta sometimes think about like how many threads do you need, and it's like it increases the time it takes to build a thing by just an insane amount, so it's not always the right choice. All right. Let's do this real fast. Just bump the number of servers we're running. Alrighty. So what this does is it makes the Q stick actually do the firing. Works really nice. Let's make sure we don't have any console logs in here. This to do goes away because that's actually what we're doing. Alrighty. What else do we have to do for this? I think all the code there is great. How about this one? Oh yeah, like this is something you would not do at a big company, by the way. You would not review your own pull request. You'd have like someone else on the team review it. But that ends up taking a lot of time. And foony doesn't really have anyone that would be able to review my code, especially not with how often there are commits. I should do that. I guess this is fine too. I just don't want to do like the full. That's just too much. What markup language is that? You mean on the right side? This is JSX. This is very similar to HTML. But I love it. I think it's a great way of expressing components and stuff. Whereas Wolf, don't know. I mean, I haven't streamed in a few days, so that's probably part of it. Okay, let's see. Console log camera. Go ahead and move that. Let's see. It falls more dramatically. Here we go. Howdy, Heiki. All right. Now that base scale 1.05 I actually use elsewhere. So I'm gonna pull that up a little bit. So what this does, let's see. I think I already explained further down in the code why I use this. Just copy it here. There we go. Posture check. Okay, Ruth. Let's see. So many comments. Yep. It's very important to comment your code. This is also why developing in C and C++ is sometimes slower, because there's not the same like rigor of commenting all the stuff. So like you'll be using the standard library, and if you want to look up at the documentation, you have to go to the website, or something like that. It's like not a nice experience. Whereas with a lot of the top TypeScript and JavaScript stuff, I can control Q. More so with TypeScript, I can see what the everything needs to be. I can get like a huge Java doc explaining how to use it with examples. That's so much better. Oh, certificates by stuff. I don't pay much attention to certificates, Roberto. I find that the best way to learn is to just do, and you'll learn a lot that way. Hydrate? Okay, Grayson. And now I no longer have base scale, because now it's just whatever we call it up here. All right, so that's good. What else do we have? Interview tips I can share. Most companies, unfortunately, still do the whole DSA interview. So, get decent at a hacker rank or knowing data structures and algorithms. Don't be drunk. Yeah, I mean, go in with it. I had caffeine before mine, actually, so that I was like really just on point. And ask questions, or not ask questions, but I mean like explain. Sorry, don't do that. Explain your thought process. So as you're writing code, or you're like whiteboarding or whatever, explain how you're thinking. So if you notice, whenever I stream my code, I kind of do the same thing. Just do that kind of like train of thought and just say it out loud. Because your interviewer is there to help you. And if they don't know what you're thinking, they can't help you. All right. So now we need to go over here and we need to add the sensors. The problem is right now this circle is just way too hmm. Kind of like that, I think. Hold on, right back. All right, there we go. So this sensor, I believe, will be the same size for all of them. So here's something I learned is I can just go to object mode, I believe. Right click, Alt D, duplicate linked. And this makes it so much better. Maybe the circle is a bit too big. An editor for Three.js? No, this is not an editor for Three.js. This is Blender. Wait, why do I have so many of these? Ah, I duplicate. Gosh darn it. Hold on. There we go. No, it looks like scale doesn't apply to this one. What am I doing in Blender? I'm building the physics, or like the like how it works. So you see here, these bumpers are done in Blender because the table is a two-dimensional image, and doing it in Blender is a lot easier than doing some kind of like image processing and just, you know, trying to figure out like where the holes are. Right? Like, I mean, you could take this image and you could apply a couple of weird transforms to it to try to figure out like where all the edges are and, you know, make some kind of indicator stuff, but it's going to cause a lot of headaches. So I just use Blender here. It's a lot simpler. I think around there. Alrighty. So now what we're doing is we're adding sensors. So we have these circles and we're applying them to each of the little sides or whatever, right? And as the ball crosses the sensor, we're going to say it's become pocketed. And then, that way we're able to tell which pocket it enters. Now, we can also do something where we have these clickable or something, so that you're able to select which pocket. So we're going to do that too. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. So now what I want to do is I want to take this and I want to duplicate linked. I'll just move it across. I kind of need to see what I'm doing here. That's fun. I'd say it's pretty decent. Close enough. Why Blender? I need to root. Because I have this image here, and I need to be able to make the physics for it, right? I need to be able to say, like I need to be able to position them. And positioning them without Blender would be an absolute nightmare. Like, what would you do? Open up Paint and be like, ah, yes, it's 37 pixels to the right, 10 pixels down. It would be a nightmare. So Blender really, really helps with this. All right, so now I've got all three of the circles selected, and we're going to link them again, and this time we'll just move them in place. Of course, it's different, so let's go ahead and mirror them along. Not that way. I think Y is what I wanted, yeah. Pretty good. What inspired me to work on a pool game? Because it's very popular. So if you look at different sites, a lot of the time a pool game will be like the #1 or #2 game, like the most played. Now, pool is a very hard game to make. There's also a lot of variance to it. There's 8-ball pool, there's 9-ball pool, there's 10-ball pool, there's snooker, there's carom, there's a bunch. And I want to be able to support all of them. I want to be able to have cool pool tables where you've got like the default physics, and then you've got one that's like, maybe like a snow or ice, or you've got one with sand traps in it where if you're in the sand trap, it slows you down, or oil slicks on a table where it's got really low friction on the oil slick or something. So all of these things we can do, and it's just gonna be awesome. I think it'll be really fun. We can have ones where you've got gravity balls. You played on that yesterday? It was a beer stand, same concept. Was this on purpose or just for fun? Or, I mean, was it on purpose or just like by accident? Alrighty. So now I need to know which circle is which. Instead of bumper being at the end of the name, I feel like it should be at the start of the name. It should be like bumper underscore bottom left. Bumper bottom right. Bumper left. Bumper top left. There we go. That was the table you're playing on? Like, yeah, I think that's really cool. Like, we could even have hills. Am I not running on Hetzner anymore? I am. In fact, Foony is on Hetzner. If I go here, and I go to my network tab, and you'll notice that it's hitting s2.foony.com. And so by ping s2, oh, I guess it doesn't really tell you. It's just going to tell you Cloudflare. But yeah, we're on Hetzner. Confused due to GCP and AWS? We do use both of those. We use AWS for simple email service. GCP I use for like Firestore and some other small things. So I use everything, right? All in the name of trying to reduce Foony's cost. Is mini golf the next challenge game after 8-ball? Oh, I would like a mini golf game. Yeah. I think it'll be a lot easier to do mini golf now that I've done 8-ball pool. Doing the first 3D game is very difficult, but it's not so bad now. I was scared because when I took physics and all this other stuff, it was like the 2 dimensions, X and Y. You didn't have to worry about 3 dimensions. And all of the calculations become a lot simpler as a result. You don't have to deal with like vectors and dot notation and a whole bunch of other things. And so I was afraid that doing 3D would cause me to have to like do a lot more heavy math, but it hasn't been too terrible. And ChatGPT is able to help a lot with some of the harder things, or simpler things, I guess. Do I have a singular cluster just for Foony? Pretty much. I mean, I do have other things on the cluster as well, though, but I have to be careful and make sure that it's not something that's gonna like take down the server or the cluster. So I guess I just kind of use the same cluster. Yeah, it's not like foony is specific. I also have the render project is on the same cluster as foony. Do I use different namespaces? Yep. Every project has its own namespace. That's very important. So I have a sensor bottom right. All right. So now we have all of our sensors, and we've renamed all of our bumpers. I can probably just delete these other bumpers. I don't want to delete them because, you know, I've spent a lot of time on this. It feels bad deleting it. Okay. Do I require Ansible for a more detailed setup? No, I didn't even use Terraform. It's just a few bash scripts, and I use this one thing specifically for Hetzner. Hetzner K3S. So this is what I'm using. With like a small wrapper around this. Take care, Grayson. Alrighty. Let's go ahead and export this. And fix all of our bumpers. I guess the bumpers, so you don't need specific names, but we do for the sensors. Do I have to do as any for this? I probably do. That's fine. Alright, so now we've got bumpers and sensors. Oh, they're not holes, they're pockets. I gotta get the naming, you know, the naming correct. That's important. Let's rename it to pool geometry because that's kind of what it is. Alright, so now that we've got sensors, we can just return the same kind of dealio with a rigid body, but with our actual contents. Howdy, monkey. The name for this, I think we should change it. I think it should be like pocket dash whatever the pocket is. But for now, let's just see what we got here. Alright, so we got an array. Be right back. Oh yeah, we got the names right there. So the sensors all have names. And what do we have here? I see, so wall is just a single rigid body. Oh, that's weird. And it's got like a bunch of colliders inside of it. I mean, I guess you could do it that way. It's just weird. Well, let's see. We need to know which sensor it is, so I think I want to change the way that this works. Let's see, we got a position, a scale, all the other jazz. No, I guess I could stack them on top of each other. Or this is the position of the body is at 0. Or I can just apply it here. How much RAM do I have? I have 128 gibbly bytes. And it's just enough. You're amazed at how Alien Game Code looks to... Yeah, as you code 96, like, it becomes easier to read. It's as if you were to look at Japanese or Korean or Chinese or something, and you look at it and you're like, what am I reading? Or you look at like hieroglyphics, right? But if you study it, all of a sudden it starts to make sense. Well, if I change the position of the rigid body... that's kind of annoying. Let's not do that. And why is one of them 0.488? I don't know why. But apparently I multiply everything by 0.488, so it has to be 0.488. I should make that a constant. That's weird that it's not. Alright, there we go. Let's just debug this. Let's see what happens. I don't see it anywhere. Oh, I think I never exported. So there's probably no... Well, there are walls. Wait, there shouldn't be walls unless I've exported, so it must be exported. Alright, so why does it not show up then? Oh, it has to include invisible, that's why. That could be simplified a little bit. I broke it. Oh god. Can't access property counts. Positions is undefined. What? How does that make sense? I'm pretty sure it broke because of this. Yeah, it did. So what, including the sensor there somehow breaks it? How? Alright, let's see. We're still logging sensors, so that means I can take a look at what we're actually passing in. So we're passing in all of this data to the mesh. One thing I noticed is that the positions are negative y. What? That's not supposed to happen. There, now it's properly zeroed out. See, like, as I change this Z property, they go up and down. Wait, but we gotta do it for all these. Sure, there's an easier way where I can transform all of them. Alright. Now they're properly at 0. Let's try that again. I think this is still broken. And I'm not sure why yet. Maybe it's because it's not a proper mesh. Like, it doesn't have a face. Alright, so that works, but can I think it's Alt-S, right? No, it's not it. I know there's a way to, like, make the geometry more simple. I just don't remember how. Oh, that's nifty. ChatGPT can now browse the web, analyze data, and generate images. I already know it can generate images, but I guess they baked it. Oh, whoa. It's updated. It's no longer separate models. That's cool. Oh, look at that. They made this prettier too. They actually have decent UI now. Look at that. Oh, they got the little infinite load now too. Cool. And the file upload, like, looks more it's nice. It's a lot better. You can upload files now too, apparently. So I guess I can upload, like, just straight up code files, maybe? Very cool. I like it. This part's I don't like as much. I don't think. Yeah, I don't like this as much because when I hover, it doesn't give like a dark border. So what I would prefer is if I could go here and be like on maybe this one. That's too much. See, something a bit more like that. But you need a little bit more padding, too. There's not enough padding going on. And definitely not like that. That's not quite good enough. A bit more like that. But now there's too much space between them. So, you know, you gotta fix that, but that's kind of... I think that makes it a little bit better. It might be too dark. Anyways. Oh, I didn't see this. Did I do this? That basically did nothing. Okay, whatever. I guess this is fine. They'll just be unrealistically circular. It's not too big of a deal, I guess. Like, I could go in and I can just, like... Still not good. I'm using the stylus. I do for some stuff, but not for this. That was just some very quick CSS edit. Stylus is amazing. I use this for YouTube so that I can remove certain things. That way I can like actually watch YouTube without the ads, which is just annoying as heck. Alright, we'll go ahead and export this as a glib. Maybe now it works, because now there's an actual mesh. There we go. That's better. Alright, so now we have these meshes, and as I hit the ball, I can detect when it hits a mesh. And the other thing I want to do is I want to remove this table, which is overcomplicated. So let's do that. Now I believe it's just this. Yeah. So the question is, what was my code for this? So if I go to pool, I should see like pool table here. Probably this one. Wait, what? Oh, here it is. Okay, apparently not that one. Oh, but I bet that's... Okay, so let's just view the file then. There, that's what I want. Polygon. Hmm. But I do have this depth thing, which I guess is important. Sure. And then we have geometry that we need. How do I get the geometry? Be back one sec. Alrighty. Do I not use pool table? Ah, there's no pool table. Right. Okay. How does this work then? That's just the physics. It doesn't rely on a pool table. Great. Hmm. It's a little tricky here. I guess we can just add it back in. There we go. And I'm not sure how big this one is. Pin pon. All right, here we go. All right, let's see. Hydrate. All right. All right. So I got the sizes correct. And 3.6576 is 12. Alrighty. So now that we have bar, we have the geometry, great stuff. Simple enough. All right. Wait, how long has it been repeating the same song? Oh my god. All right. Let's try that again. What playlist is this? It's by Wolf. Around 7 times. That's not too bad. It's just I noticed it. I was like, wait a minute. It hasn't changed in a while. Alright, so I guess I just set the depth to some random amount. There we go. Let's try this out. So now I gotta go and re-enable some stuff over here. So now you can see that we've got circles. The circles are weird. I guess that's how a circle face works, though. It makes sense. It just seemed complicated, I guess. No, that makes sense. Okay. Howdy, Zen. Now, let's see. Oh, yeah, you can kind of see it. It's showing both right now. That's part of why it's so complicated looking. Let's see, there's mesh colliders. Okay, so this goes away, and then this mesh here goes away. Howdy, Zen. What's going on? We are fixing some stuff. Oh, the balls are going all over the place. They're bouncing around. All right. You can see them, like, falling forever. That's very weird looking. That is extremely strange looking. What's going on? 3D ball? Yep. And this is what happens when you do weird stuff. Wow, they really you hit them really high. You see that? Look how high. That's crazy. That's kind of neat. Looks like a hack you used an 8-ball pull. Please, please do not hack, Foony. I ask that you please respect Foony and not do that. That is so weird looking. And of course, because there's no like where they're at, they're just kind of sliding around. All right, so we definitely have to increase the size of the table. Why is it so tiny there? That's what I don't get. Like, what if I do? Oh, because it's scaled by 0.488. Well, can I not do that? And instead just take this and multiply it by this? All right, that's better. So it can still fall off the table though. Now that's interesting. What's interesting is that um it ended up in the hole, but because the hole has physics currently, it's not a sensor right now. it just kind of rolled onto the hole. Howdy, Kurai. Those balls want to be Sonic or something? Yeah, that was fun. I really enjoy hitting the balls and watching them bounce and like enlarge. It's just it's a cool effect. All right. So I have to think of something. What I'm thinking is that we expand the table out, make it slightly larger. Um, just like a big old plane, basically. And then we'll have the sensors there still. And we'll place the sensors slightly above. Oh, the other problem is that the sensors, we need to extrude them. I think. That part's a little tricky because if I hit a ball and it's actually in the air when it hits the pocket, um, you would expect it to fly off the table or bounce back or something. You wouldn't expect it to go in. Now, if I extrude these pockets, then even if the ball is in the air, it will still contact with the pocket and it will count as being out. Or, it'll get pocketed. That's good enough. Let's pull it down too. All right. So now whenever the ball collides with one of these sensors, it will count as out, and then we will stop its velocity, stop all of its movement, and we'll show like an animation to show it get pocketed. Um, it's not super realistic doing that, but I think that's okay. I'd rather go for uh, something that's maybe a little bit easier to think of. All right. Now, what size did we increase this to? It's actually smaller now? I'll take it. Oh yeah, we don't need the table anymore. Oh, that's the design. No wonder. So we were at 4.29, 5.6, but whatever. Slightly larger. The reason it's larger is because we have so many vertices for these things. I need to simplify that. There's gotta be a simple way to do this. Like, one thing I could do is I could just be like, I could merge these. But like, that's kind of a bit of a pain. There's gotta be an easier way of doing that. Okay. I could do that. Oh, but see, that increases it. Oh, I like this one. So just select each other vertex and then dissolve. Okay, I can do that. I bet there's a faster way of doing this. Oh, there we go. Nice. And now we understand how dissolve works. At least a little bit. Alright, so that saves 0.3 KB. Then I can also do this. Where you like quantize it or something. This is basically the same exact stuff as like in machine learning where you quantize all the floats so that they take up less bits. Is there anything I can't do? Oh, there's plenty of things I can't do, Archie. We could increase the compression. We can quantize this. Okay. Now, that's not very helpful. Position quantization bits. What does that mean? Is this how many bits there are per float? Not very useful. Oh well. So now that we have sensors, we can figure out when the ball is like off the field or whatever. So next step is, I'm thinking we'll increase the table just slightly so that it accounts for the bumper size. So we need to increase it in the X and the Z directions. And we need to allow scale on the polygon. So now when I refresh, our pool table should be a little bit larger. And that is, you can kind of see it there. We need to make sure that it didn't increase the way I expected it to. Why is it only off in one of the directions? A bit odd. Oh, well, there we go. Strange. Oh, I know why. It's because we rotate it. So we actually want just X and Y. There we go. Alright, 1.1 seems like it's good. Alright, next up is we need to explain why we just did this. Alright, let's see. The dimensions of a pool table. space between the numbers. There. That should be enough information. And that will also be here. Now I can delete the rest. Howdy, Co. And now it's simpler. Check it out. So the simplicity is important because it fixes the physics of the table. What I had before actually caused some stuttering whenever you were hitting the pool ball between like a bunch of different triangles really close to each other. It just caused weird physics behavior and probably also was very expensive. And it was very noticeable around the edges here. So now it's better. Okay. The next step is we need well, it's a bit strange. Let me just test this a little bit, make sure it's behaving the way it's supposed to. It's weird. It's kind of like sticking to the table a little bit harder than I would have expected. Like right there. And I'm not sure why. Oh yeah, that's why. Oh, that's why. It's because it hits the... We haven't removed the thing. Like the balls are stuck. They are not going anywhere. It's because these giant pillars are in the way. Okay, so that explains why it got stuck. Because we didn't adjust the friction of these pillars, since they're not supposed to have physics at all. So that explains why they're not bouncy the way the table is. That explains why they get stuck. Okay, cool. So let's go ahead and change them so they don't get stuck anymore. So I believe the type is just sensor. And as long as we have sensor, now it won't have any physical properties to it. So this is the intersection enter. And we can say ball pocketed. And we can now know which of the sensors the ball is pocketed in. So now we can take the ball that has collided with a pocket, we can stop its velocity, and we can animate it falling into the pocket. The other thing I need to do is on this frame, I need to not modify its position. I don't think that's important anymore because of the way that we're rendering it. They're not going to fall through the table anymore. All right. So now the ball can fly off the world, which is great. And let's just log it whenever that happens. It worked, but I think that's a little bit. I think we got to move those sensors back a bit. Because the problem is, like, I didn't get it pocketed, but it still counted as pocketed. Like, if I'm playing on this table, I'm gonna just try to hit this softly. Wouldn't the ball bounce if it hits the hole with too much force? Normally, yes, but I haven't seen that in any other pool game. And so because of that, we're not gonna do that. Can you shoot some 9-ball yet? Soon, beef. Soon. I'll configure this to support 9-ball. But let me get the 8-ball pulled on first, get that solid, and then we'll add 9-ball and 10-ball and snooker. Alright. So one thing is I need, like, the sensor is so sensitive. Which makes sense. Support for real cash bets. At some point, we want to be able to do bets with foony gold or foony gems even. Can you base the sensor off the ball's origin? Uh, hmm. So, like, if we think about it, like, currently the sensors. I could scale the sensors. The problem is I need the radius, right? Like, the ball must be at least radius into the sensor for it to trigger. Um, which I could do by just reducing the size of the sensor. But I know I can scale the sensor. I don't know if I can reduce it by a fixed size. I think I can. I think I can. So what I could do is I have the geometry of the sensor, right? So I know how far or how large the sensor is. Because I can take, like, the farthest to the left and the farthest to the right, the vertex or whatever, and get, like, a rough idea of how big the sensor is. And then I know what the radius is of a ball, so I can use that to then calculate what I need to scale the sensor by to get it where it needs to be. And I think that would work. So we'll try that in a sec. I'll be back 1 sec. Alright, I'm back. Streamers left the room? Yeah. So you have to be on your best behavior. Alright. So we've got the scale here. I wonder, maybe I can just scale the whole, like, the model by 0.488, and then I don't have to worry about that. Let's try this. I'm not actually sure how to scale everything by 0.488. Oh, hey, that works. So I just go over here, boom, 0.488. Let's try it out. Okay, one of the things will be too big because I haven't adjusted the size of the table itself. But I think everything else will be... What? That doesn't make any sense. Why is everything perfect? If I just scale one of them, one of these should be totally broken, right? Okay, at least that's broken. Great. That's what I was hoping for. But why does the other one not need to be scaled anymore? So that's really, really nice. I love how simple it was to scale the model, because it means that now I can go in, I can scale it in my React code, and then once I know what the scale needs to be, I can go back to the model, I can just scale it down. And now I don't have to overcomplicate my codes. I can just make sure that the GLB is the correct size and just handle it there instead. Less code to think about. Makes me happy. That can be removed as well because it's just a 0, I believe. Let's just refresh this. Make sure everything is good. Perfect. All right, now let's fix the scale of the sensors. I guess I should call this pockets instead. Because even though it's a sensor, I think pocket, just keeping it like the name consistent there, since the other one's called bumpers, not colliders or something. I think it's better that way. Let's see. Make sure I'm export. Oh yeah, I have to be exporting the right one. So that means this is the new one. Make sure that this was the one that this is updated. Modified 11.6.235. I thought I saved it. Where am I saving this to? A 331. Okay. Oh, I see. I don't know what the blend one is then. Alright, well, it works. Everything's fine. Maybe this is like a backup or something. That's probably what it is. Alright, so now it's just pockets. Alright, so what size do I need for this? Hmm. I wonder if there's like something else for sensors here. Probably not. Alright, let's see what we have to work with here. Okay, we got our pockets. Geometry attributes position. So if we just look through here, we can just grab like the x values, get the minimum and the maximum, and that is our size. Easy enough. So I need the pocket size, and then once I have the pocket size, oh, it's complicated. Let's see. So I actually need to know the balls for this, because if the balls change their size... It's not perfect. The problem is that this only works if every ball has the same radius. There's got to be a better way. Did I use phaser for Foony? Yeah, some of our games are using phaser. Okay. You know what I could do? Is we could have a sensor in the center of each ball. And then when that sensor hits the other sensor, that's when we trigger the thing. And then we don't have to do this complicated thing with figuring out how big the sensor is. We just change the sensor that we care about. Does this game use phaser? No, this one uses React 3 Fiber and it uses Rapier for physics. A collision detector calculate forces, and then you could... Yeah, that's too complicated though. I think we just have a sensor in the center of the ball. It's probably gonna say the same thing. Oh, I should have said Rapier. Yeah, it's not gonna work. What we have will work though. Adjusted for imperfect zeros between the balls. What do you mean beef? So the balls, they look like they're touching, but the balls are not touching, because that would be bad for the physics. All right, let's see. You thought I was gonna say something else, didn't you? Let's see. How do I do this? Go virtual ball, and let's just add a sensor to this. I guess we can still have a ball collider. I really want like a point collider. And we'll say that this is a sensor, and we'll say let's move it out of the shadow like that. There we go. Center. Okay. Okay. Let's see how that works. Well, I was hoping I could go inside of the ball, but I guess it's not really going to be possible. Let's do this. Let's take the mesh and we'll just make it invisible. Just so that we can kind of see like what's going on. There we go. See that? That tiny little dot. It's there if you look hard enough. I'm gonna try this one. All right. So if you keep zooming in, you'll see there's a tiny little thing here. That is the ball center. It's a super, super small thing. If I just barely move the camera, like the center of the ball goes crazy. It's up there, it's up near the top. Okay, well, it's gone now. But that's the center. We're gonna use that thing to figure out when that crosses the sensor, and as soon as it crosses the sensor, it goes in and it gets pocketed. Hydrate? Okay, okay. All right, the name here be whatever type is, and then let's call it sensor. How about ball sensor? Okay. Now I don't know which one's which, but that will help us. It's okay, Beef. We got it. Oh, you mean between the balls. Yeah, no, that's fine. We've already got collisions and everything there. What we're doing now is we're doing these ball pocketed sensors. Yeah. And look at this, Beef. We got this going on. See this? Whenever I rotate this, and if I right click, I drag it back and forward, and it's based on the line, which is perpendicular to the cue stick. Right? So you can kind of see the line. It kind of goes perpendicular. Can you add English? You can add English, you can add Spanish, all the things to the ball. Yeah, I know what English is. It's the curve that you impart to the ball by heading it off to the side. And yes, you can. Um, Not yet, but we will have a thing where you can choose where on the ball you're hitting. And so you will be able to apply not just that, Beef, not just that, but check this out. Let me try to do this. So if I hit the ball just right, you'll notice it bounce in the Y. It's a little hard, but well, without adding like English to the ball. But every once in a while, it will bounce on the table. Because again, this is three-dimensional, it's not just 2D. It's just kind of hard to do. Because I have them like all the bumpers are slightly slanted inwards. But you can make the balls bounce. Okay, well, there it goes. Full implemented before Ludo. We're gonna get there. We're gonna get there, 8. Is this real speed? Yeah, that's real speed. Feels a little fast. What's fast? Oh, you mean like the cue hitting the ball? There is no animation, so when you pull the cue back like this, it just immediately strikes. So that's why it looks so fast. Oh yeah, and also I think when I hit the ball off, you can see it just shoop off into the distance because it just is super far gone. And I love that so much. I did that yesterday. I made it so that the shadow actually moves depending on how high the ball is. Here, I can show this. If I go to pull balls, here, this is probably the easiest way to actually show that this is three-dimensional. Take a look at this. Watch the balls. See that? So this is an orthographic view, meaning that I had to fake the actual distance here, but you can kind of see the balls bounce when I load the page, which is kind of cool. Kind of cool, not just kind of. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you like it. I love it. And you know what's even better? It's fast. It's so insanely fast. Like, it's so fast that I can go here and I can play it. And this has no hardware acceleration. This is just on the CPU. Oh, that ball is just barely on there. All right, so the next step is whenever it crosses, I think what I can do is I can just disable the collision on the table with the ball. I gotta do some other stuff too. I'm thinking about like how I want to handle it. How do I make the multiplayer? Do I just use Calesius or just sockets? If I make a 15-degree camera animation, the table loads. Um, yeah, we might do that, Heiki. Because I think you're not the only one who mentions that. I just gotta figure out how I want it to animate. So I'll do that some other day. I'll probably spend like a day just animating it. It's just so satisfying seeing it fall off into nothing. Just stare at it and smile for the rest of the evening. No, we got stuff to do. We gotta finish this, you know? But it's coming along. And no, we don't use Calesius. We don't use anything like that. We have custom built a multiplayer game server thing that is able to synchronize state between everything, and it's relatively simple to use, so I can add multiplayer support within like a day or two. Like with most games, I actually build the server first. On this one, we're building the client first because the client is like the hard part. All right. What kind of server does it run on? It runs on a cluster, a Kubernetes cluster. You know, I could drop the balls just like at different times. What is that like? That's probably, oh, that's a bit weird. Oh God. Okay, yeah, we're not doing that. I don't know how they collided there. I guess there was some slight X or Z. I don't know. They're not supposed to collide like that. Oh no, I lost my cue ball. All right, that's too much fun. It could be no. The way that I do the distance baffle is, it's actually separate from the collider. So those meshes, when they overlap, don't actually trigger a collision. Okay. So now what I want to do is I want to go to the pockets, and I want to limit this to just the collisions that matter. And I'm not sure where that's at right now. Not on Chrome, I don't want to do that. All right, that is quite a comment. If that's the comment you want, Beef? All right, where do you want this? Which file? Instead of push-ups? Well, I much prefer this. I'm still recovering. All right, Beef, pick a file. You're also sick? All right, let's see. All right, let's see. I could do pool table. I could do. Let's see. What other files do we have? I think pool table is probably like the best one. If you want to stick it here. There we go. All right, the next thing I did is I multiplied the scale by 0.488, meaning that I can delete all of the other weird scaly stuff that I had. All right, I think that fixes the scale issue that I had. All right. I need to amend that last commit. I missed one. That right there. All right. The next one is going to be the commit for the sensors themselves. So if I take a look at what collided, I should see one of these be really, really obvious. So rigid body object is cue ball. Both times. Oh, collider object. This must be the one that I need. The collider object has no name. That doesn't make sense. Let's see. All right, let's figure out what's going on. I thought I gave it a name. Maybe I didn't. It definitely has a name. I don't think it collided. Okay, so it must have hit this one and it triggered this one twice. So I think two sensors don't collide with one another, meaning that I have to change one of these like collider group things, collision groups. So that way I restrict what this collides with. Which will improve performance too. What do I use for my eyebrows? What? Howdy only. I use wherever the heck it is. Tweezers. Oh, here it is. This, I guess? Or did you gonna like tweeze out your hair one at a time? I don't recommend that. Oh, to make them grow? Fertilizer. Just like a plant. Like Spot over here. No, so growing up, I saw people have like super overplucked eyebrows. And can you get it at the supermarket? Yeah, sure. It's not gonna work, but you can get it there. But I saw people have super overplucked eyebrows, and so I kind of, you know, linked the two. Like, if you pluck your eyebrows too much, they don't come back. And so just growing up, I just didn't pluck my eyebrows, and that's why I have them relatively thick. It's really just that simple. Just don't pluck your eyebrows. Or, pluck this part, but leave the rest. And I've plucked a little bit, but not a lot. So how does this work? Two 16-bit values, interaction groups, interaction mask. Okay. The interaction group of B has at least one bit set to 1 of the interaction mask. Okay, so we have like a blacklist and a whitelist inside of this. So the mask would be like um it's one of the whatever. But okay. This is great. Let me see how this is actually used. Some shapes have round variants. Interesting. I don't think that's super important though, because we have very, very simple polygons and stuff, so I don't think we need to do that. Weight fields. This would be useful too. Because if we had a height field of the pool table, then we could have interesting effects. And it probably would keep things pretty simple. It's discouraged to use a triangle mesh or polylines for colliders attached to dynamic or rigid bodies. A convex decomposition? The hell is that? This is called a convex decomposition. That's not very helpful at all. Is this a Rust library? Yeah. So Rapier is using Rust, and I actually don't like that because Rust is huge, meaning that it's not a good fit for the web, right? The bundle size of Rust binaries is enormous. C and C++ are much better for this. They're much smaller. So I do wish that Rapier was instead written in C or C++, because I don't want the physics engine to be 500 kilobytes. Like, Rapier is enormous. All right, let's see. So we want collider A to be part of groups 023 and be able to interact with group 2. So here you have 023. Group filter is OB. Oh, okay. Yeah, the O1. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. So first are the groups it's in, followed by the groups it interacts with. It's almost like I just want it to be 00010001. And then we'll have 00020002. Am I thinking of ones and zeros? Pretty much. It's weird using 0001 and 0002 though. So I think I need to have like some kind of constant for the collision groups. And the other one is going to be here we go. Howdy, green. And now instead of like this weird random number, it's just some specific thing. Notice that I'm using an enum. Ooh, scary enum. This is totally fine. The reason it's fine is because this is a constant enum. So a constant enum at compile time just gets converted into whatever this value is. That's all it is. The YouTuber told you it's not fine. That's not true. If you're talking about like an old video that I had, it's because I didn't have this. Like I didn't know. Like this one is not fine. Because if you don't include const, then it causes it to get compiled into like a lot of code. You end up with like an object and it's got like the full names of everything and it's just massive. It's a waste. But a const enum, totally fine. All right. So now I need to go through the rest of the code and I need to add these collision groups to the rest of the stuff. Let's go to pull table. Maybe just I want to offer on here instead. Such a TypeScript noob? No. Everybody is like, it's just a learning process, right, Ion? And the way you find these things out is you just compile the code and just look at it. See what it's actually doing. Do a little bit of reverse engineering. That's such a useful skill for programming. Start a mushroom farm. Interesting. Very interesting. What kind of mushrooms would they be? Alright, so now we have a collision group for this. Maybe like ball, whatever. I think that's probably fine if I stick it here. It probably applies to all of the colliders, right? The bool stream. We do use ones and zeros and booleans. So you're in the right spot. Wait, the mesh collider doesn't like it. What? How the hell does this other stuff work? I thought that was on a... Wait, a ball collider accepts, but a mesh collider doesn't. Really? Okay. That's probably fine. You just use it. That's totally fine, Ion. It is better than JavaScript. You get way more autocomplete in TypeScript. So if you do control space, you get like much more useful information. All right. So now I need the walls to also have some nice collision groups to them. And then over on the sensor, we'll use pocket sensor. It comes with an overhead. No. TypeScript gets compiled to JavaScript. There's no overhead there. There's a little bit of overhead with the fluff for normal enums, like non-const enums. Oh, it's more complicated code? I would argue it's simpler. And the reason it's simpler is because you can see very useful information. So with TypeScript, I can control space like this. I can hit Control Q, and I can read all of the different properties that I have access to. If I don't use TypeScript, if I'm just using JavaScript and I don't have JavaDoc, then I have to go into the implementation, see what works, dig through the code, see what's there. It's much harder. So I would argue that it's actually simpler. Now you can have overly complicated types, it's true. Foony actually does have some of them, but A lot of the time it's hidden in more of like library code, so you don't have to do it yourself. For serious projects, it's worth it. I'd argue it's worth it for any size. Like, take a look at this orchestrator here that I have. See this? This is the kind of stuff that you have to do in JavaScript to make it look as if it was, like, to give you the same autocompletes. Like, what the hell is this? In TypeScript, this is way simpler. It's just saying type is pod state, and you've got like path name is a string, pod IP is a string, and so on, right? For all of these different properties. Right? This is the equivalent. But look how much more verbose this is compared to this simple thing here. This Svelte team is doing something like that? I think so, but they have a reason for it. So the Svelte team, the reason that they are annotating their JavaScript like this instead of in TypeScript like this is because their compile times are some like really crazy or something, and or they got some like reason for it, but they still have the type annotation, right? Like they're not losing this. But if you can use TypeScript, you should. It just makes life better. Like take a look at this. See this? Get pod state. When I have the state here, I still have some level of auto-completion. So here's the difference. Oh yeah, I don't have any of them actually commented because it's more of a pain in the butt. If I don't do that, hold on. Let's just delete pod state. Yeah, pod state. Okay. Now it should... Oh, come on. Why is it still no? Delete that. I don't know why it's still there. It's not supposed to be. I'm trying to like demo like the autocomplete and stuff. Let's see. Oh yeah, this is completely useless. This is what you get in JavaScript. It doesn't know it exists. Maybe service name exists on it. Maybe it doesn't. I don't know. If this was TypeScript, I would know. If your code is full of red squiggly lines, fix them. Come on. As you use TypeScript, you will get better with it. And then someday, you'll be like Trash Dev, who's really good at TypeScript now. Alrighty. So now, when I collide with the pocket, it doesn't collide at all. What? Why is it not colliding? Oh, because it's a sensor and you can't have double sensors. Let's just fix that then. The full game looks great. Thank you, Green. I'm working hard on it. Okay. What the hell? That is supposed to work. Why did I not get any ball-pocketed information? Hmm. If I don't do collision groups, will it trigger the sensor? Yeah, now it does. Alright, well, it actually collided. Ball collider. Right. So the sensor didn't trigger. You think it's because it's too small? Let's see if that works now. Oh, you know what it might be? Include invisible. It's not triggering it because it's invisible. This might cause the balls to freak out a little bit. There we go. Ball sensor. It works. And it's a sensor, so okay, great. We got it working. Alright, the collision groups, bit of an optimization just to make sure that we're not doing collision detections for things that don't actually matter, right? Like this ball collider here, we don't want collision detections on everything else because they should never collide. So, easy fix. Let's go ahead and shrink the ball sensor way back. Alright. Now, as soon as the ball crosses, like the center of the ball crosses, it will count. So you can see here. Okay, hold on, let me try that again. I have to hit it like so gently. I think it was too early. Wait, ball collider key, that's not right. Ball collider. What happened to the ball sensor? Maybe it was too small. Let's try that again. I think that worked better. A lot better. Alright. So now, as soon as the center of the ball gets there, we're good. It's not really the center, it's like 10%. But apparently if it's too small, then it just never collides or something. Uh, so it is what it is. So if I remove... How did I do this last time? There we go. Alright. Now you can kind of see. That's the center. Simple enough. So as soon as that center collides, and then we pocket the ball. And now the pool table no longer needs the expensive loading of the things. It should be faster now, actually. I think that this will load faster. Because it doesn't need the giant model anymore. Which isn't giant, it's like 6 kilobytes, but whatever. Alright. So now we have sensor detecting, or pocket detection. Our next step is whenever it hits a pocket, we need to show the ball, like we need to grab it, move it towards the pocket center, and then drop it into infinity. So that's going to be a little tricky. I'm going to have to play around, make that work well. So it's good enough for now. We'll leave it where it is. And then we'll come back to it. Howdy, anime. How goes the pool game? Pool game is going great. So I can detect when a ball is pocketed now. I can hit the ball however hard I want. I think the next step is I'm just going to make it so the cue stick goes away when balls are in motion. Oh, just lost my cue ball. But it's working pretty well. Oh, that ball down there in the bottom left, almost. Oh, there it goes. You can see ball pocketed. A first person mode so you can watch from the so you want like the camera to follow the ball? I don't know, I think it breaks down if you do first person because it looks like this. Alright? The table is two-dimensional. It's kind of sick. It is kind of cool being able to just drag it around like that. It's more immersive this way. I mean, if I did it this way, we'd have to change it, right? Because, like, it kind of breaks down. For example, when I look at this, I think that this striped brown ball is smaller than the yellow ball is smaller than the striped red ball. So that's a little weird. Like, are they the same size or are they different size? In my mind, they are very different. So that's 111. They're the same height. Oh my god, that's so trippy. Yeah, so that's crazy. That's just like a mind, like an illusion. They are the same size. Yeah, it's the orthographic thing. The red in the back looks huge. It does. It's just like your mind playing tricks on you. It's because of orthographic. So if I don't use an orthographic camera, I just changed it to like a regular camera. Is that not the right camera? Oh. Perspective, thanks. All right. So here is a perspective camera. Things get a little trippy with the shaders. I don't know what the hell's going on with that, actually. What did I do? Like, how is it? What did I do? There's like some Z fighting going on. Okay, but this is more like what people expect, right? Like, oh wait, no, that still looks orthographic. What the hell? That doesn't look perspective. What the heck? I've probably got some weird thing I'm doing, which makes this all weird. It's very strange. Okay, that's now it's doing what I expect it to. So this is what it looks like if you with like the regular camera. You can see the shadows get weird. I have to fix that. Not a happy accident. A super happy accident. Okay. So yeah, we could do something like this. Um, oh, I don't know what happened. What? Try it again. It seems laggier for some reason. Want to use this camera perspective. I mean, I could do it. Oh no, but it messes up all sorts of things. Like the rotation around the cue ball gets really strange. So I think orthographic is just better. I mean, I'm sure there's ways to fix it though. If you just have the top-down view, it's still a problem. Um, because everything becomes distorted slightly. Oh, the other camera thing? Orthographic? Yeah, yeah. With orthographic, everything's fine. But if you start like doing things like this, you know, it doesn't, the other way of viewing it doesn't work too well. Like this way is interesting. Like the shadows need to be fixed. Because that's weird. Hmm. It's an idea. For now, we're gonna keep it simple though. Like this way is just simpler. Could be an interesting option to add later. Yeah, for sure. All right. So the next step is I want to disable the collision group for the table as soon as the ball is pocketed. I think. That's tricky. Because I don't know how I want to handle it. Like if I just disable the collision group for the table, that means the balls will fall through the table. And that works fine if the ball is just at y equals 0. Like it's not floating in the air. But if the ball is floating in the air, like it can still go off. So I think I need to take the ball and I need to stop its movements in the XZ plane, meaning that like it won't move on this table anymore. And then I need to move it from wherever it's currently at into the center of the pocket over some duration, using like a tween basically. And then I shrink the ball down as it falls, which will naturally do. So basically, capture the ball, make it no. Okay, but let's break this down into steps. So disable the ball's collision, stop its XZ plane of movements. and twin it to the center of the pocket. Simple enough. Is there already a nice way to tween with React 3 Fiber? Why is it called a pocket and not a ball sack? Because in pool, the balls go into pockets, not sacks. It's what they called it. I don't know why they chose pocket instead of sack. Maybe in certain pool tables it used to be, I don't know. But anyways, React Spring. Oh hey, I use Spring. So now, the reason I don't use GSAP is because it's gosh darned expensive. Is the Dart game planned? Not yet. Howdy, Isaac. Now, let's see. I kind of don't want to do this. Doing the tween this way makes a lot more sense. I could implement my own. Like, I'm not going to use GSAP, it's way too heavy. But I do have this, like, use animation. And I can't use animation because this is for CSS keyframes. But I could borrow from it. What do I need? Tweening? Yep. So I've got to think of how I want to write the code for this. So when I look at the pocket, I can see I've got rigid body object. This is what I need, rigid body object, because that's the one that's hitting. And it's got a position. Let's see. So we've got rigid body as well. So I think I need to reset the forces, and if it doesn't reset the torques, that means it should still spin, which is what we want. Maybe. Let's see, what did I used to do for pull ball? Reset forces. It's okay, Ion. I don't think there's a good tween that's gonna fit my needs exactly, so we're just gonna build our own, and it will do exactly what it needs to do. It'll be totally fine. Alright, reset the forces, and now I think I need the rigid body object. That's weird. How do I set the collider for it? The collision groups. Collider. Set collision groups of the collider. Okay, I see. Now the problem is I need to disable the colliders for... Oh. It's harder than it sounds, actually. So the thing with the cue ball is that when you pocket it, it's only temporary. It comes back. So I need to make sure that if I disable the collision or the collider groups for this, that I reset it back to what it used to be initially once I'm done animating the ball going out of existence. All right. Any advice for a new person to learn programming? Build. Find things that interest you. The way I got into programming is I was doing a lot of reverse engineering. I was making things and doing stuff that I probably shouldn't have been doing, but you know what? It taught me a great deal. So just build things that interest you and go from there. You kind of learn the technologies that you need to build the things that you want. And that's about it. Don't spend too much time doing tutorials, because the problem with the tutorial is that you aren't learning problem solving, which is kind of like very key for a programmer. So don't spend too much time just mindlessly doing tutorials. It's not going to help you very much. It's okay if you have a problem that you've thought of or that you want to solve, like a big complex problem, and like one small piece of it is like showing like a pool ball on a screen or something. So maybe you look at some small tutorial for how do you get this ball on a screen, or how do you get something on a screen. So then you follow just the bits that you need to do what you need to do to solve your problem, and then you go on, you keep solving more problems. Like that's totally fine. Looking at other people's code is also helpful. So every once in a while, I will look to be like, how do other people implement this thing? And then I will see, and sometimes you learn something. One to-do list tutorial but not more. Eh, I don't know. I never was much for tutorials. I remember that the way they were trying to teach us to learn how to code in high school was just tutorial after tutorial and just following it. I didn't learn very much. I didn't learn much until like the last project where we had to actually go out and make a game, and you could have any kind of like it was very open-ended, and so I made like a bit of like an RPG with multiple levels and things, and that's when I began to really learn. That taught me more than opening Excel. Um, I don't think they ever taught me how to open Excel. I think you just kind of already know how to do that. All right. Okay, so we can go through, so we can iterate over all of the colliders. All right. So I want ball.collider at position I. And this is where we disable the colliders. Actually, instead of setting collision groups, can I just disable collisions? What is active collision types? I see. That would have kind of worked, but not really what I want. I want like disable or something. I guess you just set it to 0 and that disables it. Not perfect. Things you need to be curious to explore on your own? Yeah. I don't know how to help people who just want to code for money. Because that's not me, right? I code for fun. I want to understand the world. I want to understand how things work. The money is really nice, and like it's kind of why I code as well, but um, I really like understanding, and code gives me that, so it makes me very happy. Like, people are getting paid to do this, right? Not me. I mean, I make a little bit, but Foony is very much a passion project right now. Hmm. Easy with 2 million in Google stock? I wish. No, I don't have anything close to that. I actually sold all of my Google stock. But you know, that's what it is. I could make this like an array that's just null by default. Yeah, that works. A little bit verbose, but it'll do. No, that's not nice either. Like, it works, but now you're allocating this lambda fast. Like, ugh. I don't know. I just want like a nice array.fill. That would be nice to have this. I wish I could do this right here. Bam. Why is that not a thing? I guess I could do it this way too. Alright. So we'll set it to null, and then as it goes through here, we'll get the initial collision group, and we'll assign it. But we'll only do that if collider dot collision groups not equal 0. I could do like or null, but if I'm doing or null, that's kind of the same as just not being allowed to have null. Let's just simplify that down. I have misaligned curly brackets somewhere. What? There we go. Oh, it's by collider is why. There we go. Alrighty. So now we'll just delay this for some amount of time. Later on, we'll replace it with something that makes more sense. Let's see what happens now. So now, whenever we reach an edge or one of these pull holes, what I'm expecting to happen is the ball will like freeze and fall. It almost did. Let's remove some of the physics debug stuff. That's kind of cool. They fall very fast though. And it works. So what happens if I change this to like 0.3? Does it like fall much slower now? Yeah. Let's see if this is fine. It's a little bit better. I'll have to do some timings. That might still be too fast. Anyhow, I'm gonna find someone to raid. I'm still recovering. So, let's see, who do we want to raid? We've got Strager, we've got Automated, we've got Chris, Algobro's on. Who should we raid? And then tomorrow, you'll dream about balls tonight? Balls that are touching or not touching, because that's very important. Yeah, tomorrow the goal is maybe start implementing English, and then once we get English in, we'll do some other stuff. The Croppinger? Who the heck is the Croppinger? I don't see him on here. Alrighty. Touching, of course. Oh, yeah. Fair enough. Sometimes you do need a tight rack. Alrighty. Oh, the Coppinger. Let's take a look at this. Yeah, sure. Trying to build stuff people... Okay, sure. Alrighty, take care, everyone. Appreciate the raid again. Shout out to Lana Lux for being super awesome. And I'll talk to y'all later.